Hello, people.
Indeed.
So, still ran into the bloody Volker's shading thing, even though I did it, and then I restarted my computer like a goober, and then I didn't actually do it. So, it's in process. So, it's going to take a few minutes before we actually get to the thing proper. So, and here we have Damien, who is regaling me with his issues with touchscreens.
Yes. However, I'm going to have to put that on hold.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. For what? Are you? I'm confused now.
My wife is calling.
Let's go ahead and while we're waiting for that, then I'm going to see something here. Just waiting for the thing to finish doing the thing, more or less. Here, what I could do here. Yeah. Overall, still making progress on various processes. By and large, just as I said before, right now we're waiting for that process to finish. And it should be here eventually. I say that because I don't even know. Let's go with this button here, and then there. You can see where it's at. I'm a goober, and I forgot to do it. Actually, see again, I didn't forget to do it this time. All right. To be fair to me, I did not forget to do it this time. But I did restart my computer, and the Vulkan shaders basically loads the stuff and like preloads the stuff more or less and gets it ready. So makes it so it's less laggy during playtime, which is kind of important, all things considered. So it's better that we wait and I don't push the tempting skip button. I can't win all the time. Crack the neck. Ow. Just enjoy the music while we're waiting for it. And I figured it was better to just start the button on time, even though I wasn't quite ready for it. So you make a progress. Oh, 66. See, it jumped to 66% just because I clicked on it, right? Murdering my poor CPU, though, that's for sure. Oh, that means something. All right. We're going to start here soon. Although we might end up, though I'm going to play the Bard and probably do it for, next couple of weeks or whatever. And just power through the kind of the same stuff that we've already done a little bit. Because I like it. I enjoy the run through of it, the feeling of it, the kind of sense of the play. So I enjoy the play of it. So I may as well, we may as well run with it. Have the discussions about it. So now I should probably, I don't know, excel with a given character and choose it. But problem with that is that I haven't played all the characters, the classes, so I don't know which class I prefer. And the tutorials are those first 20 levels. So, well, are those 20 levels, right? Let me go ahead and switch us out to Neverwinter. Nope, that's the one. That one. There you go. We're now where we're supposed to be. I don't remember if I have the music playing from that. I'm gonna mute the playlist music, or not mute it. Actually, I'm gonna let it. No, I'm gonna mute it. We can focus on the other music. And to that end, then I will change something here. All right, well, I killed the music because I was assuming that the key music was going to take on there. There you go. But as we can see, we're level 8. So we're already a little ways into the game with this character already. I believe I was pairing with Ghost's other one there. My CPU is still a little bit high. Items immediately. Because her, on the other hand, I actually had used a fair amount of stuff, like building and all that stuff. She's actually got a little bit of a. This one will be a lady. Just looking at something. Okay, well, I don't know if anyone else is hearing that, but I'm getting static every now and then at the edges of play of it. You see something here. But you're probably not even. Oh, darn it! You get a different patch bay, or you get a different patch bay. Because it didn't respect anything I did to it. That's rude. Hopefully that helps you better. I thought it was fine. All right. Wow, where's my frame rate at? Just messing around because I don't remember the details. Okay, that's fun. So we need whetstones and whatever a Mithras index is. Whetstones are from mudstone, so I need to figure out how to get mudstone. Oh, sweet. Cannot perform. Oh, and that's because of the commission. I see. I heard that roar. Well, I may as well. Yeah, so I need to see what is destroying my CPU. Probably the fact that I have all the windows open. Okay, hopefully that does better for me. Alrighty, let's see. Where'd those 16 tabs come from? No, seriously, where did the 60 tabs come from? Oh.
Looking to sell?
Well, that's fine, but I'm actually going to travel to even let's see if I can. J. Of course, you can draw the trust the. Yes, I don't know what I'm saying. Oh, this place. Okay.
Not many travelers on the high road these days. What can I help you with, traveler? Sergeant Knox sent you? That's excellent news. We're all very worried about the Doom Guide. He entered the ghost town of Grimhollow and never returned. Please, feel free to use my inn while you're here as well. Frankly, I could use... When last I saw him, Doom Guide Soulhalf asked me about a ritual to summon the ghost of Grimhollow's last man, Galwin Grist. If you were to summon the ghost, he may be able to tell you where the Doom Guide went. The ritual is quite simple. All you need to do is gather one of the flowers known as Saloon's Tears and burn it in the brazier found amid the ruins of Grist's old home.
Very well then. I had not seen that you could enter the inn though before, which makes me feel very, very silly. Very, very silly indeed. The super dramatic music for the sake of being in there. Oh. I don't know. Maybe I'll discover something I didn't see before. I feel like I should set up a macro or something for that.
What brings you to the ruins of Grim Hollow? You seek Doomguide's soul heart. He yet lives, though most of his men are dead. Even now, he struggles to protect the ghosts of Grim Hollow from the minions of Idris. The forces arrayed against him are too powerful. I fear he is doomed to fail. But that may yet change if you will lend us your aid. The necromancer Idris is using her hellish powers to enslave the ghosts of Grim Hollow for some fiendish purpose. She has sent her white minions into Grim Hollow to drive the ghosts into the marshes for her soul slavers. Defeat these whites and help protect the dead. The ghosts of Grim Hollow no longer recognize this cold and desolate place. Without a connection to their past lives, they are confused and vulnerable. This makes them easy prey for Idris and her minions. Enter the abandoned homes of Grim Hollow and relight the cold hearths found there. Once the home fires are burning, the ghosts will remember and be drawn to safety.
Oh, there you go. Me.
I'll swallow your soul!
I don't know what that button actually did. Should probably like look at my, abilities or something. That would be wise, wouldn't it? Maybe there's an argument that I said maybe I should go play my fighter instead. No. Oop, I'm in combat. Oh. Oops. Ow. That stung a little bit. I fumbled that one. Oh, I have my fingers offset. Whoopsie. Apparently someone's getting still already tired. Ah, ha, ha. Oh. Well, that went well. I'm debating, honestly. It's one of those things where it's like, is this entertaining to me? Yeah, it is, but like, is it really which did I prefer? Did I prefer picking up the new skills here with the bard, which is fun in its own way. It's interesting to say the least, right? But it's not really catching my attention right now. So why can't I push past that? That's rude. Oh, I can push past that. Well, that's my assumption then. Jeez. All right, Laucivol. That's silly. So yeah. I don't know. Because then the argument becomes kind of where do I pick up from there? You know, should I pick up from... I'm following somebody. Apparently. It's just a question that's kind of sitting there. Do I have a wider understanding? Or do I have a narrower focus? And the question then becomes, should I focus on what? The fighter or the cleric? Because unfortunately, I'm kind of stuck with this one guy's, where the barbarian's at. And the barbarian's what I really want to play. Not gonna lie. Bouncy barbarian.
Without her shepherds, Idris, the ghosts of Grim Hollow, You have done much for us here, but to stop Idris, you will need to join forces with Doom Guide Vesper Soulhearth. You will find him at the old temple of Kelemvor. Tell him what you have done for him.
Something to check very quickly. That got done a little bit faster than I thought it was going to. I like any one of them that it produced. You can see in the bottom left how there's something you can't actually see going on. Not bad. So we've got the Stable Fusion thing running, which means I get to do multiple things at once. Or my, let's see, it as is, it in comparison. Actually, I'm going to take it as is, and then I'm going to invert. In paint area, no, in paint, not masked. And then I'm going to increase the batch count, because again, I actually am doing that more of a on the side. That's not the focus of the stream right now. So I gotta poke it every now and then. Oh. Well, that's what I get. Alt tabbing out in an unsafe place.
Okay, I have returned.
Welcome back. I'm glad you survived.
I mean, I can't imagine too many circumstances in which a call from my wife would murder me, but, it's not impossible.
That's what I'm saying. Like, there's the chance. You never quite know what's going to happen.
Agreed. I mean, things happen.
That they do.
Your wife turns into the Banshee and just decides to murder you and you're in the phone call. Whatever.
Some days are indeed harder than others. Don't worry about it. I mean, maybe worry about it a little bit. I mean, we were talking about somebody literally somehow killing you over the phone.
That would definitely be a black spot on our history,
Just a little compromise of the good faith of the past.
There is much to be done. I owe you my friend.
Yeah, I mean,
This temple of Kelemvor.
I'm sure it would not end well for our society if we developed a means by which to kill someone through the telephone.
Grave robbers have broken into the
I mean,
beneath the
I'm
temple,
certain there are
breaking
ways
the
too.
mystical seals that ensure those who are buried there remain at rest. I need you to enter the crypt.
But without
Light
modifying the
sacred
phone is the
breakers
question.
and bring back the broken seals. I can repair the seals. and the
Yeah,
light will
that
keep
would be
anyone
the
dead
kicker,
any
right?
day.
You could definitely make a phone and then give it to someone and then be able to trigger that phone remotely to kill them. That's
Yes.
different.
But that's cheating. Like, categorically cheating. It has to be something that's within the bounds of the phone technology itself. And it's probably a way.
I mean, theoretically, you could create a sound wave that could kill people, but could you produce enough volume through the headset to trigger that effect? That's a kicker.
Yeah, and that's the nature of basically my ask there. It's like, I mean, you could, but would it actually... It would have to have enough energy, basically.
Uh-huh.
And that is the dickens of it. It's like, how do you... Can you do this enough? You make it such a thing.
Yeah, that's kind of why I went with the Banshee, because, but the Banshee is a supernatural entity to begin with, so it doesn't have to follow our rules.
Which in turn means that it could probably have such an impact over, like it has like a specific frequency or something like that magically resonates or some silliness.
Or the sound itself generates the magical effect wherever it's heard, regardless of the means or the method. Which would make the Banshee an incredibly terrifying entity in this society, you know?
Oh, yeah. They just found him dead by the phone. Apparently he's been off the hook for hours.
Of course, on the flip side, unless she was very technically savvy, it would be really easy to figure out where she called from and trace her down. But then again, it's also the Banshee, so tracking her down is not the hardest problem. It's doing something once you've found her.
Yes. But we would. I mean, that's the thing, is that it's one of those things where civil society finds out that Banshees are a thing that actually can utilize the technology. The response is not, oh, that's fine. It's we need to kill it with all the fire. Did you really need to use a Moab on that city block that the Banshee was in? It was a freaking Banshee. Yes. Yes, I did.
Well, I mean, that's assuming we know that it was a Banshee before we go track it down. You know, if we're just investigating somebody dying from listening to a phone call, we would trace the phone call, go there, find out what happened, and maybe encounter a Banshee without any preparation whatsoever.
That's what I'm saying. Is that's after the people died, trying to, you know, because now we've got all these cameras, right, and all this stuff, and yeah, I don't know how targeted the effect is too. So it may have killed like an entire analysis course, like trying to figure out until somebody's like, okay, so everybody that's listened to this has died. All right.
I'm just gonna play the video with no audio.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like, how do we deal with this? All right. Well, I mean, if everyone listened to it has died, what if I don't listen to it and I just watch it? I mean, but imagine how many people had to die for that intel to be figured out.
Yeah, right?
I mean, that's like mimetic hazard to the extreme. So the odds of there being such a thing in this world is kind of limited, unless if there's a massive conspiracy that covers it up.
Or, more likely, the effect doesn't work through the phone line any more than any other method by which you would kill someone by sound waves.
That's fair. It's a little bit more convenient. we'll still allowing for Banshees to exist. That's actually a little bit more convenient. Oh, I have a zombie attacking me apparently, or something attacking me. What's attacking me?
A potato.
Well, it just went into combat mode for some reason.
I love when that happens.
So yes, right now I am indeed playing Neverwinter because I can. And it's slightly at least topical of a game to play while talking about, you know, D&D and stuff.
Yeah, other role-playing formats.
Yes. So that's why I was like, oh, this kind of makes sense to play and stream regularly. Because it just didn't make sense.
It does. I would do Baldur's Gate just because it's more current.
I don't have Baldur's Gate, so that doesn't work for me, for one thing.
See, that sounds like a you problem.
And for another thing, everyone's doing it, so I don't want to be like everybody. And for another thing, I'd have to play the entirety of Baldur's Gate. And for another thing, Baldur's Gate's a single-player game, so I can't get.
No, it's not.
It is now. No, actually, I knew it wasn't when I said that. Like, I actually knew it. I was like, I'm going to say this and see if I can get away with it. I probably won't, but I'm going to see if I can. Well, it's idealistically a single-player game.
Like, even Baldur's Gate 1 wasn't a single-player game. You could play it with other people.
I know. That's why I said, I know.
Like, no.
But I had to try. You can't blame me for trying that one.
I totally can.
Why? I mean, you are capable of doing so, fair, but it's unfair. I mean, you are capable of doing so, but should you is the question I'm asking. Yes, dang it! I'm not even letting you answer that question. I know what the answer is because I said the same thing. You should take me accountable for it. I don't know. ////. But yeah, I'm debating if I should go play a different character, or like to play one of the characters I've actually been playing already, or if I should keep doing the Bard. Because I'm playing the Bard right now. Because I got my fighter to level 20. I got my cleric to level 20 a while ago. Got the fighter to level 20. And figured I should get my Bard to level 20 too.
Sounds fair to me.
This seems to make sense. Ow, that was a trap I just stepped on. Problem is, I actually know where everything is in this area, and yet I'm still stepping on traps.
That definitely does sound like a problem.
Yeah, and it's a silly problem, but it's a problem. Well, it's like before I was playing a fighter, so I didn't actually have the ability to like disable traps, and the cleric didn't have the ability to disable traps. And the fighter, you know, is built around, hey, I've got all the HPs, so I don't really care. How do I disarm traps? I step on them. What do you want from me? The Bard, however, is like, how do I disable traps? I disable traps. Well, we're a disabled device. That's just how this works. Oh. So. Actually, honestly, I should take advantage of some of the stuff that I got between then and now. Oh, it did that appearance.
I talked myself into a bowl of cereal. I'll be right back.
Fair enough. Bowl of cereal at this time of day? No, that's fair. Yeah, I think I'll change my tack. Go back to the fighter. Or, well... Yeah, I think I'll go back to the fighter after I finish this adventure.
Okie dokie.
Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Maybe try and convince you to join me. Probably not going to succeed at that attempt.
Yeah, I don't think I even have the game installed at this point.
Well, that's fair. I mean, I wouldn't see why you would. I mean, it's kind of a random scenario. Although apparently, I think I don't know if it was, no, I think we may have played together, or at least I have a Skalborg on my main. I have a Skalborg guild that I'm a part of. So apparently we did, like, the group there played together at one point. Which is kind of silly.
So I played that game for about 2 weeks, I believe, and it was with the Skalborg.
Yes. And then the what is it? Favor of the Month problem ran into play.
Well, no, I just didn't like the game.
Fair. I mean, I'm personally enjoying it. Obviously, I'm still playing it after playing it. Well, I didn't play it in the interim. Yeah, fair. But then I picked it up because it was topical, and it was also, and it's like, you know what? Actually, it's kind of entertaining to me. Plus, there's a Ravenloft module, and there's like another module stuff, so which are neat because Ravenloft. I don't know if there's anything I gained from disabling drafts. Well, I think when we were playing, they like substantially changed everything from then. Nothing to pick it up. I'm just saying. I think they did like substantially. So, well, I have to admit that oddly, today I'm pretty much exhausted still. I'm kind of recovering from the misgivings on Friday though. Went on a little bit of an unintended walking adventure. Because we were supposed to go to a hot springs. Well, it turned out that my erstwhile companion, who brought the instructions and the thought process to 4, did not think this process through at all, and did not know where the actual thing was located at. So we find ourselves in the middle of a national park, triumphing the side of a mountain for some unknown reason. Needless to say, I was not a very content person, considering that I was wearing dress shoes that held holes in them. And in my flask I had water, I had coffee, not water, which would have been the requirement for such a task in the middle of, well, in the increasing summer heat. So, as I said, I was not a happy camper. Oh wow, I'm already at this point with the grave robbers. Just playing through it. I can do that too, wizard.
I have returned.
Welcome back. Oh, I thought it's... Well, okay, that explains why you were deathly quiet.
Yes, I could hear you. I just couldn't reply because, you know, the push to talk button being on a different level of the house.
This is fair. This is fair. I thought you died or something, or not died. I thought you just were like... I don't know. I don't know the words, but as I said, I am still exhausted from that thing. As you heard me say, apparently.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that was particularly annoying. Like, it was just one of those ones where it was like, you know... Huh.
Yeah, I'd have done a map before I even left the building.
Well, so the thing is that I was honestly trusting him to have had done the thing. Because it was his
Much to be
idea.
done. Well done. We can rest a little easier knowing
I would have at least confirmed that he had done that before I left the building.
Well, I trusted my friend to be competent. I'm not saying that I was correct in doing so, but I trusted my friend to be competent. Assuming.
Okay.
Wait, no, that didn't mean. Jeez.
I mean, I could sue you, but you're not even working right now, so you probably don't have much to get from me anyway, so...
Yeah. I actually literally don't have anything right now. So if you sued me, I mean, I guess you get the shirt off my back, maybe?
That sounds sneaky.
Because yeah, it is actually a little bit right now. So I said, do I want to? No. I'm gonna complete the adventure to get back, because, well, no, you know what? I'm broken here now. I don't know what I want to do. One hand, Bard is Bard. Bard is at least a little bit entertaining to play as I'm getting used to it. But on the other hand, I've been through these things so many times, this area so many times that, what do I want to do here? What do I want to do here? I am getting the hang of it. And I'm not struggling in the same areas that I did before, so that's more like a skill issue, though. I mean, the issue of improving the skill has, you know what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
I have improved my skill, therefore that was a skill issue that has been resolved. An anti-skill issue. Oh man, I didn't even finish that one project I was working on. Gosh darn it. I found an extension for Twitch that totally solved my problem, but you have to be affiliate to use it. Which I'm not, because I don't have 50 followers nor the average viewer stream stuff. Which I'm not complaining about. I'm just observing that as the thing I want explicitly exists. It's just effectively paywalled in a manner of speaking. And that is irritating.
Quite.
Because, well, basically what it is what I was looking for was like an on-screen timer to kind of represent or try to make it clearer where I was at. Of how much time. Because I can see it, it's seeable for me, but it'd just be easier if I had a... You know what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
And specifically, though, I didn't find the other thing I was looking for, which was basically a bot that would have it integrated into the point in the chat every now and then. That'd be sweet.
What is your pet?
A dire wolf.
Okay. Why does a bard have a dire wolf pet?
Why wouldn't a bard have a dire wolf pet?
It's not really a question of why wouldn't they, it's a question of how would they.
I mean, they've got charisma and, so why not? Also because there was a pack that, I bought one pack from, the starter sort of pack option stuff, because I was like, hey, I want more than just the, I want more. And so I was like, all right. And I got the one pack that has a dire wolf pet, because I wanted a dire wolf pet. So, and it's across the account because yes. Wow, I just butchered that entire thing.
So it's not actually a class feature; it's just a thing.
Yeah, so you get companion in general, and it's not even like it's just a specific one that I pulled from the pack, but you get a companion, and so you actually get like a initially the choice between a wolf or sorry a dog, let's see, there's a dog, a cleric of some sort, a healer of some sort, a fighter of some sort, man at arms. And I think there was like one other that you get. I don't remember, or that you have an option for. You can choose one of those three, and or four, or whatever it is. And so I'd actually chosen the dog, but then I got the kit, which in turn included the direwolf. So I wanted to use the direwolf. So it's actually kind of a game overall feature where you have a fighting companion with you. So
I recall that. I just didn't remember there being a animal option.
yeah, there's and I think I don't know if it was added in the interim. Honestly, it's a fair point because like my cleric had the man at arms as his chosen one. So for some reason, and that's the main the main namesake one was the cleric. So. So, yeah. That's interesting, dude.
Well,
So they have this cinnamon and oat Cheerios, and that's what I was like.
Ooh, fun.
Even
They're
with
good.
Kelemvor's aid, we have been hard pressed. And with each assault, falls will never fewer defenders. I'm not sure we can fend off another attack. If we were to face a fight to the dead, we might stand a chance. Hunt down the zombies that gather in the marshes. Each zombie you destroy means one less to join in an attack on the temple.
Wow, I wrecked those people. But this time I'm getting wrecked. Oh boy, that hurts, that hurts, that hurts, that hurts. I used the wrong ability. Okay. I used the wrong ability. I don't even know what it did. Well, I will say this over the barbarian and the fighter. Playing the bard, I'm more likely to, not overextend and get myself killed. Or if I do, I'll realize it sooner and pull myself back.
Yeah.
Whereas for both of those, I'm like all in. Go home or go home or go big or go home. If it's a problem.
Yeah.
More fun that way, though. Hmm.
Going back to the Baldur's Gate thing, though,
Yeah.
you know, you're concerned about doing it because everyone else is doing it, but you won't play it until you played through the original two. So by the time you had played through the original two, you would already nobody would be playing Baldur's 3, and it would solve its own problem.
Yes. But there is a
So-
problem with that.
What's that?
That is, I would have to acquire Baldur's Gate, all of them.
1 and 2, yeah, but you can acquire them one at a time, and Baldur's Gate 1 is probably really cheap right now.
Yeah. Really cheap is not the same thing as how much money I have in the account.
Yeah, let's.
You know, like there is no money in the account. Like, I understand what you're saying, but there's literally no money in the account at the moment.
You don't have Baldur's Gate on your Steam account already?
No, I do not. I had it before Baldur's Gate or before Steam was a thing. Before I had Baldur's Gate before Baldur's Gate was a thing. No, I had it before Steam was a thing. I'm so old that I had it before. I had it before it was real. Wait, what? I have no idea what I'm even saying at this point. But yeah. Oh, wow, okay. That's cool. Ooh, a bit more silver. Silver and gold. I should not face tank that thing. Ow. Alrighty.
Something Baldur's Gate.
Right. All right. So yeah. Well, I don't even know what happened in that long moment there. Yeah, I see your point to an extent.
Well, you'll know what happened in that long moment when you check your Steam account.
Oh, son of a! You didn't freaking. Well, I appreciate you. Thank you. Oh wait, now I'm compelled to like install it and figure it out and all that stuff.
I mean, it's just Baldur's Gate 1. It's not like I bought you the whole season series.
Still, son of a biscuit. All right.
If you're gonna make the statement that you can't play 3 until you've played through the series, then I'm going to enable you to play through the series.
Look at the deck, damn it! I have spider jumping on my head. All right, I will start thing. Dang them! You really didn't have to, man.
I know.
Which is entirely why such a thing would be done. Because that's how that works.
You don't think too much about it. I literally just got my bonus, so you know.
Still. All right. It's the enhanced edition.
Yeah, they don't actually sell the original.
And that can fit on my already overloading drive. All right, let's see. I wonder what. I'm gonna have to like look into compatibility. I mean, it's definitely there are ways to make it work. Especially Proton will make it work without it.
If somebody hasn't figured out how to make Baldur's Gate work on Linux yet, then there's a serious problem with your community.
Yeah, and then I'll have to do it myself because that wouldn't make any sense.
Right?
So I guess that means that now I'm gonna have to start. I don't know, maybe I'll move the Monday spot and start doing Baldur's Gate, the original Baldur's Gate. Do it the proper way. No cheating.
You don't actually have to do it. It's just now you can.
Well, because I can, I should. Or wait,
Yeah.
is ought? Is this way? I ought to do it this way. I don't know. It's technically not how is ought it works, but that's beside the point.
Agree.
Like, is ought it is this way, thus it ought be this way. But then merely because it is this way. However, I will say on the flip side, the one contention about the is ought fallacy itself is that just because it is this way doesn't mean that it ought not be this way either. So it goes both ways. Like it literally, the blade cuts both ways. It's like, well, yeah, just because it is this way doesn't mean it means that it should not ought be this way. But then again, just because it is this way doesn't mean it shouldn't ought be this way. Just because the thing's a certain way doesn't mean it's right or wrong. It just is the way it is.
Correct.
But oftentimes it is used to say, well, it is this way and it should not ever be the way that it is because the way it is always going to be messed up and wrong. Well, that's not always true. It's not true without an exception that the way things are is always bad. Things aren't always bad.
I think that's not the way that's used.
Well, I know. I'm saying I've seen a lot of people use it that way, though. It's not what it means, but I've seen it used that way. Is what I'm saying. Like feloniously,
Anarchists.
for example. Yes.
Like, I would love to see everyone who claims to be an anarchist actually live in an anarchist society for more than a week. They would not live in an anarchist society for more than a week. They'd all die.
or they would end up in a space where they had either succumbed to external pressures, and therefore no longer
in an anarchist society. Yeah.
Yeah, or and this has happened all the time. The thing basically falls apart and collapses.
Well, the statement anarchist society is an oxymoron in the first place, because you can't have a society that is anarchist. You can have a lack of order, which is basically just a bunch of people doing whatever the fuck they want whenever they want to, and that would be considered anarchy. But as soon as they started cooperating for any purpose, it would then become a society and would no longer be anarchist.
Well, okay, so the anarchist movement, to be fair, is more about the not having the centralized authority and then decentralizing it as far as all possibility.
I understand the movement, but the movement is also an oxymoron.
Well, only if you're using the no ruler. If you make the assertion, and again, I'm finding myself defending the anarchist movement, not that I necessarily agree with them, but I'm saying, to be fair to them, the one caveat about all this is that if we use the notion of not having centralized rulership as being the only way to have interactions amongst people, or organized interactions among people, then yes. However, I do find that definition or that application of it is not accurate enough for the notion. I mean, you have plenty of, considering the idea itself is, hey, can we have the ability to people to freely interact with each other without having a centralized command and control sort of situation? The no ruler definition application of it. Now,
I mean, that's not anarchy, though. That's my point.
But that's from, if you go with the working definition that no ruler means anarchy must be chaos, which again is inaccurate to the actual definition of the term. And an imposition of that term that it says you have to have a ruler, because again, anarchy literally meaning no ruler, you have to have a ruler in order to have organized society. That's not necessarily accurate either. Both of them are inaccurate usages, as far as I understand the thing, and frankly speaking in the context, I'm pretty confident about my understanding. So, now, again, I'm going to say that there are other issues with the idea, which is to say, generally speaking, people are like cats, and effectively cats, in order to make things happen a certain way, to functionally have a functional society or that sort of thing, that I'll give you generally tends to be the case. But I'm also going to emphasize that it's not necessarily inherent. The two concepts don't necessarily automatically, they're not automatically that way, again, by necessity. Now, they tend to, in practical reality, have to manifest that way. That I do agree with you. But I'm going to say that they're not. It's not oxymoronic. The idea of an anarchist society itself is not in the least bit outside of the realm of workable notions. Would be where I would go with that. As things are, yeah, will that have desired or ideal outcomes? Absolutely not. And like you said, the folks that tend to sit in that category of trying to say, oh, anarchy, give them a minute in it, they won't actually functionally be able to do so. But that's because you require other aspects to make it work they don't generally possess.
So I'm looking at the dictionary definition of anarchy, and the two definitions are conflicting.
Yes, they are. This is my point.
I mean, so a state of disorder due to absence or non-recognition of authority or other controlling systems. Okay, all right. That's the definition that I'm most familiar with, and in general speaking, if there is no recognition of authority, it's hard for people to cooperate.
Yeah.
Not because they can't cooperate or they can't do things together, but because the moment there's conflict, it's hard to resolve.
Yeah. No, that's fair.
So the second definition is the I'm assuming the concept that the anarchist movement is basing their ideals off of the organization of society on the basis of voluntary cooperation without political institutions or hierarchical government. Okay, that's communism.
No, it's not actually. It's
no,
very much so. It's not.
It is socialist communism without the actual intent behind socialist communism, not what actually has been implemented upon by the people who call themselves communist.
I disagree. Because the idea of communists is the idea that we've been seeing attempted emulate. The socialist aspect, those aspects are very much so tied in with those. Those
No,
are very much so.
Yeah, they're
They're completely different
you-
concepts. No, you're mistaken here. They are completely different concepts. That don't like that's there's a specific type of anarchist element that does try and apply it that way for sure. But I'm saying that the concepts that are being presented are completely different concepts. Like you're saying an apple and an orange are the same thing here. Is where that is. Like that comparison, and I see why you immediately jump there for that one. But that comparison actually is, I would say, is fallacious. It's a poor comparison because communism is communism. And communism is what we see manifest. Socialism is socialism, and communism is related to socialism, whatever way you want to put it. We've seen that manifest repeatedly. People who claim themselves as socialists and communists are following through with the result, the direct result of their dogma. Like
so. Here's the thing, though. No government that has ever called themselves communist or socialist has actually been either of these things.
I would say that they are.
No, they are the result of a larger organization trying to become socialist or communist, but failing miserably because they cannot absolve the organization part of the communist society, which is integral to the concept. Because in order to be a true socialist communist entity, you cannot maintain the government structure. That's the reason why every communist government has failed, is because they keep it's supposed to be every man is equal. Every man, no one is greater than any other person. That's what communism is about, right? So, because they keep this infrastructure of people,
I'm going to put a kibosh to this because really, you're spinning your wheels, and I'm not here to sit here and talk about communism at this point in time.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm just not. Not that I'm not wanting to say necessarily ever have the conversation, just not right now.
That's fair. It's not important anyway.
Yeah,
just,
more or less.
Just going off about anarchist.
Well, like I said, circling wheels, it's not necessary. I am being jumped on by more spiders. Just say.
The spiders have been known to do this.
Yes, they are coming out here and jumping on me. Oh, hey, what's this? There's a crazy death serpent woman person then? I don't know. I already killed like a bunch of these people. I'll kill another one, I don't care. Are there traps in here?
Oh, and a cutscene.
Yeah, I do like a little cutscene.
That was really underwhelming because, like, she's not even looking at you. She's looking at a wall.
Well, and furthermore, we've already killed like a bunch of people that look like her. Like, they look exactly like her. So.
It's like, at least if you're going to make a cutscene, have them doing something.
Let's say, here's a mini-boss. Fight the mini-boss.
Right.
Kill the mini-boss.
Good job.
Good job, you killed the mini-boss.
Like, talk about lazy programming, man.
Well, I mean, it does the job. The person's standing there. That's all you need to know.
I mean, they didn't need a cutscene to tell you that it was a mini-boss.
That's very true. In fact, actually, the previous one that was encountered, they did not do such a thing.
Right.
So... But I suppose they're trying to say, well, this is like the leader of the barrows of the various people. Now go back and this is the last part of it or something. I don't know. This is a big deal because it's the end of basically the end of the quest chain or that particular quest item. But like I said, we've already killed a bunch of the people that look the same, like who are even more dramatic than the other ones. So.
That reminds me of Rick the Door Technician from Jedi Survivor.
Yes, as he showed me. I really think they're out of being that too.
Yes, you do. But in that particular case, I kind of agreed with them giving him a cutscene because it was amusing as fuck.
Oh yeah. Well, there are a time and a place for that sort of things. And I think, didn't he give him a little bit more, like, embellishment
He was
there, too?
actually doing something.
Yeah.
He wasn't just standing there. Like, he got actual programmed, cutscene, unlike this one, where it's literally just insert cutscene. Okay.
Oh, here we are.
Was it necessary to insert a cutscene for this random mob?
Clearly.
No.
Clearly
No,
it
it
was. Ooh, ow.
Yeah. I honestly, I'm gonna call that particular boss mid-boss simply because it amuses me from Disgaea.
Very well. I'm only basically familiar with this guy. I've encountered it before, but I don't really know much about it.
Yeah, it's a fun game. I mean, at this point, we're at
With each shard,
Disgaea 7, I think.
Oh my goodness.
Idris is attempting to use something called the Dire Helm Forge to create an army of undead spirits under her control. This forge seems to be fueled by the souls of the...
That is... You said 7. That's kind of excessive, don't you think? I mean, then again, there's like the Final Fantasies and all that, so...
Yeah, Disgaea 7.
Still.
To be fair, you don't really play the next generation of Disgaea for the fact that it's the 7th generation. You play it because it's more of the same. It's all for the humor and the snarky characters and just for enjoying a strategy game.
So kind of like with Dynasty Warriors.
Basically, yeah. Except, more humorous.
Fair. Ow.
And they actively poke fun at themselves all the time. Like, one of my favorite scenes in the original is literally they're talking about how this kid made the most powerful zombie of all time by using the muscles of Hercules and the brain of Aristotle and, all of these names, and then finally it gets to the last bit and he used a horse wiener, and the character finally reacts, a horse wiener? That's too dangerous!
Okay, then.
Everything else, no reaction whatsoever.
Oh, that's great. That's great. That's great. It's
Right?
not acceptable. But it's just that... No, unacceptable. That's too far. Everything else will be fine, but that, I think not.
Oh, and on top of that, while you're fighting the boss, you can literally steal its components. Including the last mentioned.
Very well. That's silly.
Yes, it is. That's why I like the game.
It's fair.
I mean, what do you expect from a game that the first cutscene is literally one character trying to murder the other character until he wakes up?
So, failing to murder them the entire time, somehow?
Correct.
They're not awake.
Correct.
How hard is it to murder somebody when they're not awake?
Apparently, it's pretty hard when they're a demon lord.
Oh, well. Okay, that's fair. I mean, that makes some sense at least.
And yet his father apparently died choking on a black pretzel.
Some days are indeed harder than others. Now, why was the... I gotta ask, why was the pretzel black?
Because he was a demon lord? I don't know.
I mean, fair. Fair.
They haven't exactly explained the construction or recipe for said black pretzel. That's simply what they called it. So, you know.
So, because it's... I get it. Okay, fair. It's just one of those like, huh. What made it so? Literally just colored black? Like...
that would make it even more absurd that he choked to death on it as a demon lord.
Like, it's just regular pretzel, it just happens to be the color, it just happens to be black. Like, what do you want?
Right.
Yeah, we just add a little bit of food coloring. To color it, make it look cool, make it look nice.
I don't want to eat any food that is not black because I'm emo.
because I'm a because I'm a demon lord, it all has to be colored black. Man, are you sure about that? Like, you've got an allergy to the black food dye. It must be the color black. All right, if you say so, but it's your death. I'm a demon lord. I won't die from the. Suffers anaphylactic shock and dies from the black pretzel. Specifically
Nice.
because of that. Because of the apparent allergy to the food coloring.
As it should be.
As it was meant to be. That guy has a mace on his remains. Can I take the mace?
I don't know,
take the
can you?
mace. No, I cannot. This is upsetting.
That's amazing.
This game is disappointing.
Yes.
I mean, it really is, though. I'm not gonna lie. I enjoy it. I enjoy it kind of as a guilty pleasure type thing. But yeah, it's so many things that are disappointing on it.
Right.
Like, you know, there's these like cool edge features, and you're like, oh, cool. So like I said, like there's a mace. Why can't I pick up the mace?
To be fair, I have yet to see a game that goes full bore into you can literally loot everything.
Well, I should.
Do you want to? Do you want to? Probably not. There's a
Yes,
bunch
I
of
do.
stuff that you probably don't want to pick up. But, you know, just being able to would be amazing.
Yes, I should be able to, and I would actually do so. I mean, I would actually do so. There's not even a question there. Take a look at Witcher. All right, I'm just gonna say, if I play Witcher.
I mean, when you get to the level of absolute, you can loot everything. You know, you literally reach down and pick up a handful of dirt, shove it in your pocket. That's a little much.
I was going as far as the rocks. Like this rocks, I'm like,
Well,
I want to pick up all the rocks. But then again,
I
you
mean-
already have that.
There are plenty of games where you can pick up rocks, so that's why I wasn't going for rocks. Like, can you pick up every single rock? No. No, there are very few games in which you could pick up every single rock. But you can pick up a rock.
One might argue that the nature of Minecraft is such a thing.
No,
I mean, every
because you
block-
can loot every block, but you can't loot the weapons on the enemies all the time.
That's true.
Or the armor.
And that is a deliberate limitation there that they should not have imposed. If
Right.
the thing has a sword, you should be able to take the sword off of it every single
Right.
time. Like, if the thing has a, you know, and again, there's probably mods that allow that.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, rather than just, oh, well, it dropped rotten meat. Well, that's great,
Right.
but it had a sword. I wanted that sword.
Right. I mean, now they could fix the problem of it dropped it. He was carrying something that was really awesome, and you don't want to give them that thing that was really awesome, so it broke while you were fighting.
I think that's generally kind of the idea there.
Right, but at least give us the pieces, right?
Yeah.
Give us the junk. We want the junk.
Yes.
Now, I would actually be amused if someone went or did like an art project and literally went through and just made a whole bunch of icons for everything that could possibly be broken in a loot in someone's loot. And just made a different icon so that whatever they were carrying shows up as broken in their loot.
Fair enough.
It would be really sad to see like a broken legendary weapon, though.
That's the entire point, though. Create that effect.
It's like, no! You have to go and fight that one guy 500,000 times to get the one drop where it doesn't break.
Or enough pieces to build your own.
Or yeah. Yeah, the ability to repair item would become ungodly at that point. Somebody carrying around all of their shit since day one, all of their junk.
You never know when it might come in handy.
And that gets the ability to repair and just starts fixing everything and selling it. How'd you make so much money overnight? Well,
I just did the thing. What do you want from me?
I never threw anything away. That sounds like a anime. I never threw anything away in an MMO, and now I'm a millionaire.
Unfortunately, I don't think that's how that works.
Right? Well, in the game, anyway.
Well, yeah. Now, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty certain that's not how that works.
Me too.
But then again, that one ship I have in Eve might be worth a little bit now.
I mean, there was that one movie.
Are you talking about Ready Player One?
Yes.
I was just like, I think I know that reference. Which I have to say that one of my biggest disappointments with with it as a movie versus the book was the book had the Tomb of Horrors in it. And Ready Player One had this like neat, or the movie had this like neat. Oh, look at their they're doing like this crazy race with King Kong or something like that. Or something like that. I don't remember the details, but I just remember being upset about it.
Okay.
Well, it's because of Tomb of Horrors. Like, it made
I'm not familiar.
with the Tomb of Horrors?
Yeah.
Oh, so basically it's a legendary AD&D module that one Gary
that
Gygax
one.
made.
Okay.
Yeah, Tomb of Horrors.
That explains why it was in the book. It probably the reference wasn't recent enough for them to utilize it. Well,
That's why it was in the book.
I understand that, but making a movie, you gotta, I'm not saying I agree with their decision. I'm just saying, that's probably why.
Oh, totally. No, and it's not an unreasonable take of it. effectively. Like, it's the only thing that makes sense that they go with something else, because it doesn't really work well on screen. Because he has to go through and solve those puzzles, and it's way too esoteric for your movie going audience, and it's slow moving too. I mean, again, it's an adventure, and also it would take way more effort to get that on screen, and do it right.
And there aren't very many pre-existing graphics to get reference points from, like King Kong.
Yeah, and like doing a cheesy race. And so it's the sort of thing where it's like, all in all, it makes sense why they made their decision. I just don't like it.
That's fair. Honestly, I like that movie, but I don't think a game of that nature would become that big. Simply due to the fact that they have, 100% death penalty, which is never going to be popular. At least not that popular.
Well, one of the caveats of the game becoming like that, or becoming popular in that manner, is more related to the world that they live in.
Oh, I get that, but that wouldn't be enough for me.
And that's the thing, is that we're not the group that would be the cohort that'd be doing it.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing, is that the world we live in is different enough from the world that they live in, where we wouldn't be able to actually, we wouldn't take the route that they take. So, to be fair to the concept there, like, we wouldn't go the world that they went to.
I'm just saying that I don't think that enough people would be willing to play a game with those penalties to the point where they're making it, a global phenomenon. Not saying it wouldn't be a game that a lot of people would play, but not to the extent that they were describing it as.
Well, it depends. Basically, it depends on what the world itself looks like, and if there's a lot of variables, is more or less what I was getting at for that. Like, as things are in the world that we are, where we've got our plethora, etc., and there's no first in, like, best dress of the concept. We wouldn't.
Yeah.
Like, why would we? Oh yeah, you got this cool haptic feedback thing, whatever. But
just make a different game.
Yeah, let's go with a different game style here, or whatever. And it's got the full immersion. Okay, cool.
Yep.
But or I'm just gonna go play outside, right? More or less. Like, I don't really care. But in the world that they're in, it became a lot more.
Idris must be defeated, or all the
a lot harder to do that for a number of reasons. Like, where overall society is far more controlled outside than not. Like, there's all sorts of those variables there. So, the world sucks more, somehow.
Yeah.
More or less is the presentation.
I mean, I get that. It's just, I can't believe that. I just can't believe that it exceeds my suspension of belief that enough people would be willing to live in a game where you have 100% death penalty, just period.
Well, I mean, just don't die.
Yeah.
Like,
it's easier said than done in that game, as obviously depicted in the game.
Well, that's more because he's going out of his way to put himself in death spot.
Well, even when they were in a reasonably peaceful area of the game, there were still people that just randomly came through and started shooting, and that was okay. So no.
Oh well. I don't know. I mean, well, at least in the presentation of the book, it's generally things are far more peaceable as a rule.
Which is, if you assume 100% death penalty, then you would assume that people would treat it as real life, which was not the case.
Yeah. And so it's more, like I said before, it's just as I understand it, like from the world itself, it's actually more. It's not as absolutely cruel.
Yeah.
Honestly,
I think that was a mistake on their side. I think there would have been areas like the Death Planet, absolutely 100% death penalty if you die on that planet. But everywhere, no.
You know, and I think that there was some play of that too, where they're in the book, if I recall, there was something that had that sort of caveat. Like there were certain death zones, but
Yeah.
in
No,
line with what you're saying.
I wouldn't be surprised at all if that was just something that they just glazed over and didn't actually read through. Because why the hell would you want to have a death penalty in an area of the game where you're not supposed to be shooting or killing?
Yeah.
Anyway. What are you doing? You're standing.
I'm trying to understand the songs. I do not understand the songs.
I don't either. Do you actually have to play them?
Yes. I do. By pushing numbers on it. And I don't have to play them well. I just have to push the buttons. Yeah, as such. Ow. Magical fire. Bridge of Souls opens.
Right.
Hooray. There's a later spot where you go invade the tomb of a lich, and there are like bridges across the various platforms. You do the thing on the platform and then you move on to the next platform, basically. And the thing is that when you do the thing, like it opens up this bridge of like ethereal energy. It's like, now if I were the Lich, I would make it so that as soon as you stepped on that platform,
it just collapses out from underneath you.
It just disappears. It's like, oh,
Right.
I gotcha.
Like, why would I need a bridge? I can fly, you morons.
Exactly. It's like, why would you? Oh, you completed the task. I guess you must be good enough. No. The Lich is gonna be like, all right. So there's a human going across my bridge. No, he's not. Boop. Ah! I mean, it's basically what.
Even assuming the Lich even is paying attention, if I was the Lich, I'd just make it, turn on and then turn off when anybody gets halfway.
No, that's what I'm saying. No, it's literally like that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying like they're. Oh, I'm saying as in like that's how the bridge is designed.
Exactly.
To fail. Like. Oh, you think you can trust my magical energy? Okay.
Give you the sense of hope and then dash it midway.
Yup. Oh, you accomplished the challenge. Oh, I'm so happy for you. But basically, and that's basically what the Tomb of Horrors is that idea where the Lich is actually taking that sort of thing seriously. Well, Damien Lich at that point is actually taking that sort of thing seriously. That's what it amounts to. It's not your, it's not the adventure where it's like, oh yeah, everything's given out to the heroes easily. No, the Lich doesn't want you to have the thing that you're trying to take from him.
Yeah.
So, he basically just says, "Oh, I'm gonna kill you now." Yeah, I mean, you're in my you're in my domain. Like, why you think I'm just gonna like let you just do it? Like, what?
Yep.
Like, you think I'm just gonna let you have it? And mind you, it's like max adventure ratios too. So it's like. Now, to be fair, well, consequently or related, the adventure that I'm talking about in this game here is also at max adventure ratios. So
Yeah.
You're at level 20 when you're doing it. I think it's 20. Yeah, I think it's 20 or yeah, I think you're at 20 already at that point. So, I mean, to be fair, you're already up there in levels 2, but if I were the Lich, I'd still do it though.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
I mean, honestly, I would say that would be part of the adventure. Like you have to be prepared for the floor to drop out from underneath you, because it's gonna.
Yeah, and it should. Why wouldn't it? It's like this is inevitable. You should be prepared for the potentiality. At level 20, you should be prepared for that eventuality somehow.
Absolutely.
Be it like
Like if you have not encountered a pit trap by level 20, you've been playing the game wrong.
This is fair. And there are pit traps in this game already. So yeah. Yeah, that's exceptionally fair. So by then, even in the estates that I'm in, there are pit traps, if I recall it correctly. They're open pit traps, so they're not like the floor drops out, sure, but they're still there. What am I doing? I just ran in a circle for a reason. I don't know what the reason was.
I don't get it.
I must have already killed the guys that I was thinking of, because there's a patrol. Oh, they're there. And I don't like leaving patrols. I know it's an MMO, they're not.
No, I'm just, you're going the wrong direction. If you had just gone the other direction, you would have counted them faster.
Yes. Very much so. And it is fair. But yeah, it's the sort of thing where it's like, I don't like leaving patrols because of the same reasons of being prepared. If there's a patrol nearby, you should probably deal with them. Now, in this game, go ahead.
They had a few boss battles in World of Warcraft where if you didn't kill the enemies before the boss, as soon as you engaged the boss, they all came running.
It's a reasonable choice.
Uh-huh.
Ow, 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 ow.
Don't die.
Well,
Unless you must.
Somebody decided to jump or step on the traps.
Ah.
He's now poisoned, apparently. Alright, now I'm fine. So I knew the traps were there, and the traps in this particular section, speaking about traps, are very, 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 they're mean. It forced me to use a potion, actually. So. Let's see.
Your dog is having a conniption.
Yes.
Okay, be right back.
Alright. That was a rousing bit. Let's see, button. This is a sub-boss area. Which again comes down to clearing out the sides, because I don't like taking that chance. Ow. only about 2 hours in. I don't know why I jump over here. Ah, ha, ha, it worked though. The Direhelm Forge. Ooh. Well, that guy got smashed into the nearest wall. Yeah, that was stupid. Yeah, I guess that's one way to permanently armor trap. Jeez Louise. Why does that one have arrows in its head? I don't know what disarming all these traps is doing for me, but I'm disarming traps. That's what I do apparently. Well, that came out well. Ah, I done it back. Oh, this dude. Well, he's gonna wait because I ran into a spot where I got an attack while I was listening to him.
Thank you for finding me. I thought I'd be trapped here. I'm Tragion Wyvernsbane, a wizard. My companions and I came here with the Doom Guide, but Idris killed them all. Only I survived. I can, but heed my words. To reach Idris, you must first destroy her Dire Helm Forge. It's powered by 4 Death Nail shards. Break them, and the forge will be destroyed.
You know what would be amusing?
To enter the throne room and confront Idris.
What's that?
Have a game like this where your chances of success are randomized,
Okay.
like it is in this game, right?
Yeah.
But it doesn't show you your results. It just gives you an indicator how close to success it is. So, depending upon whether it's close to success or greater than success or less than success, it would show you a indicator, right? But it would not differentiate between greater than or less than. It would be the same indicator if it was less than versus greater than.
Okay.
So a critical success would have the same indicator as a critical failure.
That seems like a good way to not have very clear GUI stuff going on.
Well, so the obviously for like combat that wouldn't really have an effect. You'd know if you missed, right? But for like if you were looking for hidden objects or searching for traps or things that you don't necessarily know if they're there or not, if you rolled really well, you would be guaranteed to see it, whereas if you rolled really poorly, you might not. But you would get the same indicator for a critical success as a critical failure, so you would think if you got that one indicator that you might have gotten the point where you could see it, but there might have been nothing. Mimic being a perfect example of why you would want this.
Yes. Unfortunately, man, this is something that annoys me, is that they are static. Like the positions and all that are static for where they're at. They shouldn't be. I shouldn't know I'm about to open a chest with a mimic. And get screwed by RNG too. Jeez, that's rude. Wow, that is very rude indeed. I got purple boots of the types that are needed and all that. But I already have purple boots on. Of the type that's needed and all that. The exact same purple boots, in fact.
Nice.
Yeah, that doesn't help me. But yeah, honestly, making the dungeon experience more RNGable would be pretty neat, I have to agree. But the problem is that most players would find that atrocious in a manner, unless it's a specific sort of way that's comfortable for them.
No, I understand that, but at the same time, there are games that already do the other way.
It's true enough. Although I'm still, that for some odd reason that brought to mind Wildstar. Fate of Wildstar saddens me.
Something Wildstar would have done, yes.
Yes.
I miss Wildstar.
Yeah,
It was a
me
great
too.
game.
It really was.
I mean, honestly, I could have desired a different setting. But other than the setting, I mean, the game was amazing. But I mean, that's fair of everything. I mean, there are plenty of games that I would prefer a different setting in. Yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah, overall, I like the setting. I like the setting of WildStar. That sci-fi sort of thing. I did really deeply enjoy it.
No, I didn't dislike the setting. It's just if I was given my druthers, I would have preferred a different setting, as it were. I like sci-fi, but I'm more of a steampunk and fantasy kind of guy. So
That's fair. And personally, I do prefer more my sci-fi, at least historically. So it met me where I wanted to be met at with it, basically.
Yeah.
The only problem was that at that point in time, I'd actually burnt out on MMOs generally.
Yeah, I was at the same place, but WildStar was unique enough that I was willing to deal with it. Unfortunately, it was not popular enough to maintain itself.
Yeah, and that's ultimately what ended up happening there. Which is sad.
Very sad. I mean, I understand why it failed. The people who screamed and bitched and cried about, oh, we need to have games for hardcore players, didn't pay.
Well, and effectively there's not enough of them.
Yeah.
It's like.
Well, it's like if you don't necessarily have to have a large number of them, they just have to be willing to pay.
Yeah.
like games like Genshin, they operate on the Chinese concept of 80-20. 20% of the players pay for 80% of the game.
Yeah. And that functions.
It's a horrible business model. I hate it, and I wish they would get the fuck away from it. But it's a very business model.
Well, and I said it works. It's one of those if it works sort of thing.
Debatable whether it works. It works when you have a good game, but that just means you have a good game that could probably work under any business model.
Fair. Well, and oddly enough, the WildStar point actually does loop back around to your earlier point too, regarding hardcoreness or lack thereof, and people being willing to accept that as a standard world that they're in. That ask is pretty heavy, and I do agree with you there. And specifically in mind of coming up with WildStar. And WildStar, like, the part that gets me is that I don't really remember it being overly, I don't remember it being too far in that manner. You know what I mean? Like, I don't remember it being too hardcore.
Well, it wasn't that it was too hardcore. It was that it had, and it was built towards being able to be hardcore. Right. So they had the ramped challenge levels.
Yeah.
Like any game, when you start out, it's relatively easy, and the difficulty level starts to scale over time, and it never really gets to what people were asking for in the Outworld, unless you happen to encounter a world boss or something of that nature. But it's only in the dungeons where it really gets the level of difficulty begins to actually scale. And being the groups that we are, getting into the dungeons was kind of difficult. But it wasn't impossible. We could do them, several of them. But
and we were doing them too, like for our piece of it.
I do remember, and I remember the first dungeon we did taking quite a long time, even though it was a relatively low dungeon.
Well, yeah, but I also remember, like, wasn't there that one with like a train or something like that had to be defended?
I don't remember.
Yeah, I mean, we are talking about quite some time ago at this stage
Yeah.
as well, but I remember, like, yeah, we struggled with some of the stuff there, but that struggle was the fun of it. I mean, personally, I personally enjoy that sort of struggle myself.
Well, and that's the difference between. That's what I'm talking about. You know, the level of difficulty was greater than the average. Not necessarily to the level of, you know, the absolute hardcore people wanted, but definitely significantly greater than the average.
Yeah, and I see what you're saying there. Despite my points, that it's one of those ones where it's like, yeah, but I mean, it wasn't like super insane, but it was more than what most people are willing to accept as being a reasonable level of MMO level difficulty.
Well, you also have to take into account that, you know, you are a fairly veteran game player, so the level of difficulty starts at a lower peak for you. You know, and me, for that matter. You know, anyone that has never played a game would not be able to play WildStar unless they just happen to have that particular mindset where they, you know, bowl through until they get it. Most people give up within 2 weeks of not being able to do something, you know?
I mean, it's only 2 weeks.
Like I said, that mindset. I went in a, you know, elite rating group for a long period of time in World of Warcraft, and, you know, we would spend literally months on a single boss, and it was, you know, challenging and grueling, and it sucked a lot until you finally got that kill, and it was like, oh man, it was worth it. But for most people, it would not be worth it.
I would say that's only because they haven't experienced it.
Well, exactly. They wouldn't put themselves through the difficulty long enough to have experienced it. That's my point.
That's fair. Well, I mean, and I'm thinking to myself right now about the stuff that I'm currently working on with the. Speaking about it, I guess it's ready for me to poke at it. Darn it! I thought it was going to take longer to be ready. Oh, well, I mean, I've got my, you know, the thing running and, like, messing around with all the details of the thing. Ooh, that one's neat.
Very descriptive.
Yes. Well, so, and actually, let me put it as, like, a larger screen there. Let me say. I don't know how I want to do this. I'm tabbed off of the game now. Don't mind me, I'm just looking at something quickly. I gotta poke it some more. Where's the thing I'm looking for? Well, I don't want to do it that way, though. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do it this way. Control V. Duplicate it. And then make it big. Make the duplication big. So it's a little bit more obvious what I'm working on. Or what I'm looking at right now. Not all pretty. In fact, some of them are kind of ugly. But there's a lot of them now. Well, that went crazy. Not what I'm looking for at all, though, for sure. But I don't know what I did wrong. What did I do to deserve these sort of things? Oh, I know what I did. I switched the. Oh, okay, I switched the model and then told it to, like, massively construct everything. Let me see if it'll work. Actually, I think I broke something. Yep. Crap. No. I mean, the point is that this thing that I've been working on, it's been worked on or working on for a month to try and get to where I want it to be. And even then, it's definitely not there yet. What has you caterwauling over there?
Somebody posted a picture of a sign, which it's taken out of context is hilarious. I mean, it's still hilarious that they put this sign up. It literally says, "Please don't allow anyone to help you or be close to you." Context is the sign is next to an ATM.
Don't let anyone near. There's only pain there. There's only pain.
And the somebody added in a little clip of Homer Simpson saying, "Whatever you say, Mr. Sign."
Will it work? It's kind of working. Well, I'm gonna let it run and see what happens there. Back to the thing.
Work.
Back to the thing we were working, or we were doing. We were working. Back to the thing we were doing.
Back to the thing you were doing?
Yes. Well, we were doing. Collectively.
Collective. I was collectively browsing Discord.
Yeah, well, what we were doing, was I was playing, yes, see, I don't know. Maybe it's the royal Wii I'm using. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. What was being done was, we were murdering Doom steps with, magic from a bard.
Does the royal wee all the way home?
Yes. Yes, it does. Or something.
Or something. Oh, I saw an ad about MechWarrior 5 clans coming out soon.
Oh, neat. Yeah, did I get around to beating MechWarrior 5? I don't remember if I did or not. I think I didn't, actually. I don't think I actually got around to beating MechWarrior 5. I played it for a bit. I played it for a bit, but then something happened.
I have no idea. I would be happy to play a campaign. I just got tired of playing it by myself.
Yeah, I could see.
Yeah.
I could see it being a
She's
possibility.
kicking your butt.
He is kicking my butt.
It's hard to tell gender through the weird area or effects that they're putting on her.
Yes. Oh, she's also a lich or undead of some sort. Speaking about randomly grabbing stuff. But yeah, well, I mean, she's also undead of some sort, so you decided to kind of, you know. I don't know.
Gender is irrelevant when your personal bits are falling off.
More or less, yeah. I mean, at certain points, like, person just gave up any semblance of, you know, not being an undead monstrosity.
That would be hilarious. I identify as it.
I mean, at the point of being an undead monstrosity, yeah, you definitely go ahead if you must. I mean, you do you. I mean, I'll admit, I am kind of judging. I'm not gonna lie, I am kind of judging, because, you know, being an undead monstrosity that you've done this to yourself, it's kind of, you know, probably shouldn't have done that. Probably should have thought that one through.
I mean, in the Lich's case, yes, but in most undead monstrosities, no.
No, that's fair.
Most undead monstrosities are not by choice.
Like these bone golems I'm murdering.
Yeah, they definitely were not given an option in that.
That's fair. So for the guys that don't have a choice, that's fair. Oh.
And very few vampires were given a choice, even though I hate vampires.
That's about the type of vampire, though. Well, so like from like Vampire the Masquerade, effectively, even if they're given a choice on like a kernel level, like on a base level.
Well, and you know, a lot of them are given the upside, but never actually told about the downsides. You know, not in a way that actually makes you understand what you're accepting.
What you're signing up for, yeah.
Yeah.
The only answer I come up with after that is thinking about the military in that regards. Although honestly, that's not true. I mean, to be fair, that's not true.
Yeah, well, I mean, that is true for a lot of people, unfortunately.
Well, they're just stupid and weren't paying attention to the fine print. That's on them.
Well, no. Some of them weren't paying attention to the fine print. Some of them were misled by their recruiters because that's kind of a thing.
Oh,
yes,
totally
it's
a thing.
horrible.
But I mean,
And yes, they do have ways to see what the things that the recruiter is not showing them.
yeah.
But it's still on the recruiter for not showing them at all.
That's fair as well, and I will grant that. But I'm also going to say that, especially in this day and age, but for the past like 50 years, it's kind of been like, no, that's just how it is. The information's there,
And I don't disagree with forcing people to accept their personal responsibilities, but at the same time, if you are looking to an expert, which is what a recruiter should be, for guidance, and they give you straight out lies, you know.
Yeah, no, like I said, that counter is fair. I look at it and I go, I see that's fair, but the guy's trying to sell you something. He's literally trying to sell you something. Young man,
Agreed.
you should probably, make sure that he's not just selling you, what is the phrase I'm looking for here? A load of crap.
He's not actually. He's selling you an actual bridge and not a fake bridge.
Yeah, exactly.
Or that he even has a bridge to sell you in the first place.
Well, certainly not his bridge. So
right.
Let's see, try this one. I guess.
Although, to be completely fair, very few people are selling their own personal bridge.
Well, they should sell their own personal bridge.
If you owned a bridge, would you really want to sell it?
No, I wouldn't.
Exactly.
In fact, I've got a piece of property that needs a little bridge built on it, and so I wouldn't. After I acquired that bridge, I would not, sell that bridge. Unless if I were selling the property with the bridge for more money than I, built the property or bought the property or built the bridge with.
There you go.
So.
But yeah, my biggest gripe with vampires is people romanticizing them. Like, they're blood-sucking predators. Get over it. Come on now.
But they're pretty.
No, they're not. They're horrible.
But they're pretty. And they're alluring, and they're.
That's all. That's all a figment. That's all magic and deception. That's not real.
But they're pretty. Yes.
I still like Jim Butcher's vampires the best.
I actually don't remember.
We have 3 different types of vampires. The black vampires are like Bram Stoker's. Red vampires are like the bat meme. They turn into like a bat-like creature, and they have narcotic saliva. And then the white vampires are basically just like succubi and incubi.
Interesting.
I'm pretty sure succubi and incubi also exist in his world, so... Yeah. Because demons.
Well, yeah, fair.
We must lay the dead to rest.
So apparently, I can actually change the hotkey, or change for my ability. I can change it so that the thing that I thought I had to play the full thing of, I just have a hotkey that now plays it, which was always an option. I did not see this before. I feel, I want to say dumb, but that's not really the right way to take this sort of circumstance. I'm not sure the way I feel about this. But I do not feel very bright. We'll put it that way.
That's okay. Even the smartest man can be a complete motherfucking idiot.
It's true. It's true. All right, so what do I do now?
I don't know.
I mean, I completed the area that I was going through.
Follow the glowing path. It's probably the right way.
Well, yeah, but do I want to follow the glowing path or not is the question. I mean, it will lead me to my destination. But do I want to go to that destination at this time?
Well, since you don't know what to do, yes.
But is that actually where I want to go?
It is now.
Apparently it is now, yeah. I guess I'm continuing to play the Bard. Okay, that guy looks pretty sick, I have to say. Or gal.
Huh?
Oh, the gal with the black shield thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
If she's sick, you should heal her.
But I'm a bard, which means that I heal with my music. Bling.
Even better.
But I'm a blade song, which means I... Freak was that? Which means I use the blade and the song? I use the song blade? I don't know.
Well,
This plan didn't work out very well.
Places. One of them is a real hero of Neverwinter, and a personal friend of mine, I might add. Our mutual friend apparently thinks you show real promise. In fact, they've arranged for you to receive a very valuable gift to help start your...
Greetings, greetings.
That was not the right place
You
to
have
do.
the look of one who is full of questions.
What is that supposed to mean? Well, I guess I'm here now, doing this thing here. Something.
Are you here to listen to my next performance? Or do you have a new song for me? As a bard, your two paragon paths ahead are the Song Blade and the Minstrel. Song Blades focus on raw offensive capability. Minstrels focus on restoring and supporting their allies. Whatever you choose, I look forward to seeing the hero you become.
I think you're ready to consider building some more powerful allies from all across Faerun. Head over to the guild registrar across the city and see what they can offer.
Oh, the interlude quests.
I like how a lot of the websites dedicated to Neverwinter Nights literally say "Not Forgotten Realms." Also, apparently, the Blade Singer is a wizard, not a bard.
Well, that's the Paragon class here for the Bard, so I am what I am, and I am currently a Bard.
MUM? Or am you not?
I am.
Am
What
you?
I am. Yes.
What am you?
A Bard.
But it says a wizard.
Well, it's a Bard.
Is it, though?
It's an arcane class that apparently. It's what I chose.
It is an arcane class. It's a wizard class.
Well, I mean, is it a prestige
It's
class?
a wizard prestige class, yes.
Okay, so why couldn't I be a Bard and get the requirements for it?
Because I don't know what the requirements are. They haven't given me that much information yet.
Well, okay then. Whee! How is my horse still moving after jumping off of that edge? Although then again, the horse jumped onto ledges just fine, so, or stairs and that sort of thing. It's a magical horse, clearly.
Protectors are good. You're back. If you would credit it, I've heard that the Icehammer dwarves have dredged up some ancient evil on Icefire Peak. I don't know the details, but it must be pretty serious, because they've even been calling for outside assistance to help them deal with it. Neverwinter has profited in the past few years from Icehammer mithril flowing through the port. Since their recent troubles, the mithril is dried up. It might
I have
be
a flail
worth
snail
going
now.
out to go talk to them.
If you have any questions, please let me know.
Alright, I guess we're going to Icefire Peak now. So we probably should stop by the building place. Alright. Just for the next item in jewel crafting. I need things like mithril. The mithril circle. I need mudstone whetstones. And for mudstone whetstones, I need mudstone. So Ice Spire Peaks. Dealing with the Diggy Dwarves.
There were still projects ongoing in Prospector's Ridge when the goblins attacked. My soldiers fought bravely, but had to retreat and couldn't protect all of the workers there. The scouts say many workers are being held captive. These men and women are essential to our efforts. Soldiers need weapons. The walls need to be maintained. The catapults need to be repaired. You save those workers, and our chances improve. The blasted goblins likely stole many of our tools as well. Bring back whatever you can find.
Alrighty then. Okay, that's now quite impressive. Wait. Oh, okay, I know what it's about. Murder and mayhem awaits.
Clearly, whoever wrote this never used Perform and Fascinate to its penultimate potential in second edition.
Somebody giving hate towards bards?
Yeah.
It's all about how you use it.
It's always been how it has been.
That's true. Bards are potentially scary, but they're also kind of conceptually obnoxious too.
Mm-hmm.
So. Whee! Oh, those aren't enemies. I mean, they're dwarves. They must be enemies, right?
Yes.
Because they always dig too deep.
These winter-kill goblins have us fighting on the defensive. We need to take the fight to them, but we don't have enough dwarves for a frontal assault. You, on the other hand, might be able to do what an army can't. We need you to infiltrate past the goblin lines, cut your way through their worries, and kill the sheep. One more now.
Okay, so the only requirements to become a blade singer are elf, wields a martial weapon, and casts arcane spells. So yes, a bard can become a blade singer.
And a drow is a type of elf, so
Correct.
therefore I am a blade singer.
Correct.
Although apparently it's probably...
I wasn't doubting that you were a blade singer.
Clearly you were. That was the entire intention of the idea. No.
Sorry, I had to join a meeting.
What's that?
I had to join a meeting.
Ah. May have covered me with ice, but you did not survive the engagement. Oh, I see now. Fire. I believe there was something else over here. Could remember wrong though. But I believe there was.
And the map is yelling at you, "You're going the wrong way!"
But there's something over here! But I must. See, there's a chest over here. And my pupper's on fire. Bro, don't get yourself lit on fire. It's my job. No one questions that lighting the dog on fire or getting lit on fire myself. I'm not sure which one it is. Ostensibly, why not both?
Why not both? Fire is fire.
No, don't shoot me with arrows. It's rude. Annihilates them with magic. Where's my inventory? Filled with crap. Just the way it was meant to be. All right. Dude, this guy is he's just chilling. He's sitting in his chair. Dang it, he got me in this trap. I don't know why, but I'm compelled to disarm all the traps when I see them. Maybe there's an achievement at the end of it. Maybe there's not. I don't know, but I must disarm the traps.
Yes, you must disarm the traps.
They shine, they're shiny, they have to be made to stop shine.
As it should be.
As it should be. You're too shiny. You must be unshined. Anti-shined.
There should totally be an achievement for disarming a certain number of traps.
Well, there probably is, honestly, knowing this game. I could look it up. But I don't want to look it up. I want to be surprised.
Why would you do this?
Sending you to kill Murgle. You have the Icehammer clan's thanks. So, want to help? We can handle the goblins here at Tarunadar now, thanks to your aid. But we still need your help. I haven't heard from my scout at the triage camp up on Windchill Reach in some time. I'm concerned that something may have happened, since we haven't been able to reinforce that front. Bring news of the camp to Belloc Forger and further up the mountain once you find out what happened there. Good luck, adventurer.
Oh, I don't. That was stupid. Let me see. Oh, I have a new song. Steel March. Cone damage. Oh, whoops, I have heat to choose from. That is absolutely vigorously murderous.
Or is it murderously vigorous?
Yes. I kill a troll with magical fire. So, I'm taking a hammer and unfreezing the dwarves with a hammer. One thing, where did I get this hammer from? And for another thing, I don't think that's how this works. Like, if you take a hammer to somebody who's frozen, they generally don't unfreeze. And even if they did, they wouldn't be alive anymore.
I can think of another answer to that. But anything that is alive after that, I would not want to have to fight.
Well, yeah, but they're friendlies, so luckily that's not the challenge there.
Oh, well, then that's fine.
Yeah, I guess I should be happy that they're still alive, but I'm wondering why they're still alive.
Magic.
I mean, clearly, that's the only answer.
I mean, just look at My Hero Academia.
Don't want to, though.
Dude runs around with a superpower of generating fire, and he's a hero.
I mean, that's the right choice, apparently.
Yeah. Question is, how does he not, like, constantly give people burns every time he fights?
It's a fair question. Here's a random cave.
Random cave.
It's a random cave of randomness.
Is it really random?
Not really, no.
Oh, okay.
I mean, there's a quest inside of it.
Is there?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I've been in it recently.
I see.
That's weird. Loading troll nest. Going through this area makes me think I want to play Valheim.
I could arrange that.
Because this, well, I have it, but, and I want to, kind of, but I kind of am busy doing this. But the troll nest, you know what I'm talking about.
I'm not looking at the screen right this second. Give me one.
No, I mean, in regards to Valheim. Trolls.
Yes, the trolls.
The trolls, yeah. Specifically.
They're definitely blue trolls.
Yes, but I'm talking about in Valheim, the trolls.
Yes, the trolls look very similar to the trolls in Valheim.
But they're much smaller.
Much smaller.
much smaller. And are excessively underwhelming in comparison.
Yes.
Hey, what am I doing wrong here? I need to quickly check something. Am I asking too much of it?
I saw a mod that someone did that allows you to tame anything, and it was quite amusing.
Taming trolls in Valheim?
No, literally taming anything, including trolls in Valheim.
I'm not sure I'm comfortable with this idea. Like, I don't want to. I mean, I kind of do want a troll. I kind of do want a troll pet. I don't want that. No, I actually do want that. I actually want that a lot. I want that a lot.
Just get a pack of 3-star troll pets.
There are no problems anymore. I have solved them.
Yeah, I took down the fire boss with a pack of 1-star wolves.
Yeah, I recall you mentioning that, actually.
They all died, but I still took him down.
Very nice. Man, what's going on here? What the deuce? It broke something. I don't know what it broke. Anyway, back to plenty. I almost just ran out straight off a cliff. Go rar. Really, they've been stuck frozen for days. Oh. I always hate the wolf dying sounds in games like this. Causes me to winch every time, just a bit. No, not the poor puppers.
Saw the There's still survivors trapped in the midst of mines farther up the mountain. We've been trying to rescue them, but the frost giants are using some kind of ice magic.
I'm not sure if I would agree that Full Metal Alchemist is a steampunk.
The
I mean, kinda?
I mean, only in the sense that it's in the Steam era.
Yeah, it's a little bit. That is a little bit of a stretch. I will give that. I mean, when I say a little bit of stretch, I mean it's a huge stretch.
Yeah.
Like, yeah,
It's a great show, but I would not say it is a steampunk show.
Oh yeah, no, it's not. It's not a qualifier on it, the quality of the show. It's just does it qualify as a steampunk?
Yeah.
I mean, there's steam and there are punks. But steampunk? I don't know about that.
Their title is Using Alchemy to Change the Laws of Nature in a Steam-Powered World. I mean, it's not 100% incorrect. It's just, you know, the vast majority of what they show has nothing to do with the fact that it's steam-powered.
Yeah.
They have trains. That's pretty much it.
And this is fair.
Some of these I would call, you know, some form of punk, but not necessarily steampunk. Like, Trigun.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got some steampunk aesthetic, but it's more like a higher level, like, I don't know. It's not nuclear punk because it's, you know, maybe what's it called? Like fucking Mad Max, you know, the end of the world punk.
I suppose that's a way to call it. I've not heard that be a genre before, but I'm not saying it shouldn't be. I'm just saying I've not heard it referred to as such before. And it really doesn't have the same ring as steampunk, for sure. It doesn't quite have the same.
Okay, so here you go.
Used to be the Ice Hammer clan's new stronghold on Icefire Peak. When the Giants' army overran us, we had to leave behind many of the treasures stored.
Okay, that's interesting.
I've received orders from our leader, Florida.
Let's see.
The time has come to retrieve our clan's treasure.
Maybe solar punk.
Solar punk. I have heard of solar punk before.
So I found biopunk, clockpunk, atom punk, steampunk, cyberpunk, nanopunk, diesel punk, solar punk, crust punk. I don't know what that is. Pop punk of obviously popular culture. Street punk, anarcho punk, maybe anarcho punk, ska punk. What the fuck?
Certain questions are better not to ask.
Gypsy punk, cape punk, gothic punk, and glam punk. There are some others that I edited out because they don't really apply. Christian punk is just no.
Hey.
No.
I mean, that's like Christian death metal, though, which I do enjoy sometimes.
I mean, can you really call it death metal if it's Christian? And if it's Christian death metal, call it something else. Give it its own name. Death metal does not go into the title of anything involving Christianity.
That is fair. And yet, it's the thing, apparently.
No. Just because people call it that doesn't mean I have to agree with them.
That's fair. That is fair.
Like, it might be the most correct way to describe it, and yet maybe we should come up with a better way to describe it rather than using that term.
But it's death metal. Like, what do you want?
I mean,
it's all the growls and all that stuff.
I know what death metal is. I'm just saying, like, you know, you can use death metal as a descriptive way to you know, describe what it is, but you should not call it death metal.
Why not?
Why do they call it death metal in the first place?
Because it's all growls and about death and murder.
Exactly.
And mayhem.
Exactly. That's why you shouldn't call it Christian death metal. Because it's not. It's all about the growls and the sound, but not about the death.
What about dying to the old man daily? Yeah, the concepts there. Well, like, it's the idea of the wages of sin is death, right? And all that, and so dying to the old man daily is all about the the letting go of the old in much the same way as death metal conceptually. Although death metal is a bit more violent about it, for sure. I didn't say you can't synthesize these two concepts. Just saying.
I'm not saying you can't do it at all. I'm just saying that for a genre, it's probably incorrect.
That's not unfair. Growl and such.
Like, there was a time when I wouldn't have believed it possible you could get what's his name? Johnny Cash to play a Nine Inch Nails song, but he did.
And he did a better job.
Damn straight he did.
like even to the point where is it Trent Reznor there? Is like, yeah, no, Cash did a better job on this one. Like, he just straight off did a better job on this. I mean, but then again, it is Johnny Cash, so what do you expect? May he rest in peace.
Indeed. May he have received his eternal reward as he should have.
Ow. Treasure chests. I'm going the wrong way. think I got turned around and lost somewhere, and I'm not sure where exactly. Gosh darn it, I don't know what's broken with it. I'm gonna have to spend time to troubleshoot that. Later on. Oh, this is where I've already been. Where am I going? Beat the road troll, but it says it's over here. But it's not over here. Must be down. Must be completely early turnaround. That's befuddling. Alright, about 30 minutes before I need to go. Give or take.
There's a twist on a game. Alfheim, the Vashlands.
Oh, jeez. Jeez, I don't like where this goes. I mean, that could be entertaining. It's like, at the first answer, I don't like where this goes, but on further thought, you know what? You know what? That could be pretty fun. Mixing a little too much of two things, but then again, pretty fun.
Yeah, two things that have very little in common, but it could still be a very interesting scenario.
My initial reaction still stands, which is probably not. I'm against this idea after thinking about it a little bit more.
I did actually end up picking up Enshrouded. Still torn on whether I like it or not. I have not played very much into it, so I'm definitely going to give it more of a go before I decide one way or the other.
Can't say I'm super familiar with it though.
It's a similar game to Valheim.
Okay.
Not identical, but very similar. So one thing I will say is they give you access to magic significantly earlier. And they give you gliders.
Oh, fun.
Yeah. So mobility may be more available in that game than in Valheim, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a good game. Just you can get around it much easier.
So part of Valheim's fun was the challenges involved with that.
Agreed. That does not mean that Enshrouded is bad. I haven't even gotten to that point where I have access to that to make that an issue, or whatever. But it definitely doesn't mean that it's good either.
Yeah.
And apparently they enabled Valheim on Mac.
Ew.
Nah, I'm all for inclusive. That's the reason why I hate Mac, because they're not.
Yes, that's exactly why I say ew. Although, like let's put it this way. My operational theory with Mac is that because of what they are, they should not be included in the conversation. No. No. I'm not a fan of Macs. I'm not.
I am not either.
Like, vehemently so. Like, murderously so. Like,
I don't know about murderously, but yeah.
Murderously is the word I'd use for it at this stage. They only get worse. The more I find out about it, the more murderous I get about Macs. At this point in time, yeah, it's gone from like baseline hostility to no. Macs are the devil. It's just what it is, which means they must die.
Yeah, they'll die eventually.
They haven't yet.
I know.
I see that you. I see that you pulled up Besiege.
I did.
That is pretty neat. I haven't played Besiege in forever. booted up
They
something here.
just released a major update, including watercraft now.
Ooh.
Oh, but I have to buy it.
Oh. That is a shame.
I mean, they did release the game, so they've produced everything they intended to from the original, and I beat it all.
Yeah, I played it a bit there, and I never came back to it, so I did not beat it all. I could probably.
You should. It's fun.
It is fun.
I definitely get in and play it every now and again just for fun, for shits and giggles.
Understandably so.
The Ice Hammer is back in our hands, thanks to you. However, we still don't have the military power to defeat their main army. That's why the Ice Hammer is so important. Our leader, Florin Ice Hammer, has brought a small band of elite warriors even farther up the mountain. Bring the Ice Hammer to him, and he'll explain further.
They give you a whole new planet to explore in.
Neat.
Maybe.
Could be not, though. That is a giant ass axe.
As much as the
Name's Orif. Florin ordered me to bring her best scouts and spies with us here to this forward camp. Even now, they're watching the giants' every move.
Hey, yup.
And straight off the nearby cliff. I just jumped off the nearest cliff.
Well done.
Right? Well, I was curious. Oh, how far down did it send me? Oh, are you serious? Oh my. Sent me all the way to the bottom of the... I jumped and fell to my death, so it sent me all the way to the bottom of the cliff. And I'm not going to take the time to kill everything in the way.
As you should not.
I mean, I have historically done that. Just because it's like, there's stuff in the way. I have to kill it. You know. Because they're in the way. But... that's because I haven't been playing the MMO like it's an MMO.
That's fair.
But right now I am, because falling all the way to the bottom of the cliff, doing it, I'm not in the mood. Plus I'm running out of time, so I don't have the time for that sort of malarkey if I wanted to do the thing I want to get done. Without...
also fair.
You know. About 40 minutes and then I have to be absolutely done. A little bit less. Ow, it shot me. Also, did not expect them to send me all the way to the bottom of the cliff when I fell off of the cliff. I mean, it kind of makes sense, now that I think about it, but wasn't quite expecting that either. So, yeah. Good for you. The troll said it was hungry.
But was it really?
I mean, it's a troll. They're probably always hungry, considering their size and their metabolism.
That is a fair point.
Good.
Listen closely. Our two best agents, Aaron Rockstrider and Rurik Hillhill, are stationed at the very top of Icespire Peak. In their messages, they said that there was an opportunity for a small force to strike a blow against the Frost Giants. The message was too short for specifics, however. Florin and I agreed that this opportunity cannot be passed over. We've just completed digging our secret tunnel to Jotunstead. Take the tunnel, climb to the top of the mountain, make contact with the two scouts, and see it.
It's fit.
You've noticed the winter wolves in Hrimnir's army. Well, Rurik and I found out where they're coming from. Not only that, but we found their patriarch, the Rime Hound.
I'm almost done with the area. Getting the second area done, right? Because like during the previous run of the stuff, it took a while to get through stuff because I was killing everything and taking sweet time, listening to them tell me the events and the stories. Which is, you know, it's fun. But right now I have an objective to complete. I want to get to level 20 on this character. Why? Because then they give me an artifact. Well, I know why not. But they give me artifacts, and I want to know what the artifact is. Now I can look at the artifact, like, without having it. But that feels like cheating to me, so.
But is it?
No, not in the least bit, actually. I said it feels like cheating. I want to say it was actually cheating. The senses of cheating. So, then overall, I do like the gameplay loop at the moment of this game. So I'm enjoying playing it. So I just want the excuse.
It is fair. accidentally completed the first zone.
Nice.
I was just trying to test my mobility, and I ran into things and broke them.
In just the right combination to win. Well done.
I mean, it was literally just destroy a house, which, you know, obviously is not very difficult in this game.
Yep, still going through disarming all the traps I see. Can't help myself. Alright, I don't think I'm gonna have time to get through the last one. Yeah, I mean, maybe half an hour might be enough. Hard to say. I mean, it's pretty involved. Oh boy. That was intense. That almost killed me. I had to use a potion. Well, I almost died.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah, it was. Well, the wolf packs got there, and they were almost killing me.
As it should be.
As it should be. Yeah. Truth is.
As much as you rim near it.
Killing fishermen with buoyancy.
That sounds rude.
It pretty much is. Like, so far, I don't even have a weapon on my ship.
So you're just ramming them off of wherever they are?
Yeah, pretty much. I have built a submarine, and I put so much buoyancy on the barrels that as soon as I turn off the sink command, I just immediately pop to the surface as quickly as possible.
Ow. Deciding to randomly choke on my own saliva. It's not necessarily a nice way to die. Ah! Jeez.
It is not.
In the next cavern is a golem, stronger than any I have yet seen. That golem is what killed most of my men and forced us to retreat. Me! You'll need to defeat that thing to reach Ravenfall. Be careful.
He can do whatever business he wants in there. I don't care. It's not my problem. Alright. Well, I almost have to go, but I'm almost done with the section. So I may have made my goal. Yay!
Hooray!
Yeah, I didn't expect it quite, to be honest. Because effectively, you know, I'm gonna leave in about 10 minutes time. That gives me enough time to put my shoes on. Which, I mean, obviously, hopefully it doesn't take me 10 minutes to put my shoes on. I'm not quite that far gone yet. At least I don't think I am. I mean, the day that it takes me to put 10 minutes to put my shoes on, I mean, I've got some problems. Just saying.
As much as it grates
I mean,
your deeds will live on.
Depends upon the shoes, I guess.
That is a fair point that I was not considering in the least bit. It does depend upon the shoes. And if the shoes fit, well, you should wear them.
Indubitably.
Protectors on with Icehammer Mithril flowing back into Neverwinter.
Your new equipment seems to be serving you well, but it looks as if you could improve some of it by adding enchantments. You should speak with Tarhan. He is waiting to show you how to unlock the true potential of your equipment.
If you have any questions, please let me know.
Greedy artifacts are... By refining and upgrading an enchantment, runestone, or artifact, you can make it more powerful. I'm going to give you an etched glass enchantment, along with some polished quartz that you can refine. Let's...
Armed with an...
Not every threat to Neverwinter is as far-flung as Icespire Peak. There's a very present danger right here in our own backyard. During the Cataclysm, a huge rift in the earth opened up beneath a portion of the city. We call it the Chasm, and it's a seemingly endless source of plague-changed monstrosities. The only thing standing between those creatures in the city is a unit known as Scar Company. I'm sure the soldiers of Scar Company would be grateful for any assistance you can offer. You should report to Captain Markath in the Chasm.
Alright, and with that note, it is time for me to bid adieu.
Alright, have a good one.
Yeah, catch you later. Cheers.